Hello there. And also, I would like my camera to work. Awesome. Hello, everybody. I'm Ren. I work at UX is Fine, and today is, I believe it's Friday, right? So just double check that I'm actually, part of reality right now. Yeah, okay, cool. We are on Friday, and I want to finish this game jam. So we are going to get the lights turning red when you get caught by the cameras. We're going to sort out the final corridor VFX that we want for hundreds of cameras looking at you. And we've already got our end section sorted. I do want to do some iterations on when you get caught by the supervisor, how that looks and feels. I probably want to get it play tested by a friend or two just to give me some ideas, some suggestions from stream chatters or viewers yesterday was maybe we should have it have more than one enemy walking around the area or floating around the area. One thing that I'm not super happy about is that the thing that is in the game is a drone. It's not particularly liminal or scary. It's a drone. I am interested if I can make a drone scary. Anyway, so let's crack on with some stuff in engine. I noticed that this blur material that works on this glass doesn't actually do anything to the text, and I was wondering if there might be a way to ensure that that does work. So if I go to the poster material, and we'll look in here. So I've got this material open, and I'm just looking through the settings, but we're looking at this text here. So this is for decal responses. In fact, maybe I could just search Google quickly as well. UE5 UMG or widget component material not blurred through a translucent glass. So yeah, it's like not coming up with anything. Yeah, there's just not really showing me anything there. Let's look in our camera. Take a look at our, sorry, not our camera, our poster, our widget. Maybe let me just say -1. No. Click does not need to be enabled for these. I've enabled gamma correction on them. Oh, hello. Does it only work if I hit play? Wow. Okay. It needs to tick? That's kind of strange. Okay. Back to our actual material. So yeah, when I'm here, it's not blurred. Everything else is blurred, but the text is not, and that is a little bit strange. Going back to my material quickly. Changing the lighting mode to surface forward shading to see if that resolves anything here? Nope. I am going to order a new CPU today because I'm noticing that mine is pretty slow. I want to check where the translucency passes. Make sure that it's there. Certain things. That at least stops it from, yeah, even being visible by the looks. Or maybe it's just so blurred I can't read it because it's just become sort of merged with the other thing. But that's okay, I think. That is better than it was. So I'm gonna leave that how it is. Let's have a quick play of the game. Yo, Ethnis, how's it going? We're gonna finish the game. We're gonna finish it today. So I'll actually turn the audio up on my PC so you guys can hear the game. I'm going to move that sign over here. These are my test objects for this. So authenticate thrice. Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm good. I wasn't going to stream today. I was just going to do this off stream and then just get it finished, but I want to do it. This is not the right size. So let's say, I know we're, oh wow, I can click it from outside the room. That's not great. Okay. There's no occluding hit for that, so I wonder why that is. I'll have to take a look into that. These like bright white rooms now, they're so cool. Okay. Yeah, I do need to change the size of these desks because it's bothering me so much. It's really bothering me. Your players know balance is a journey and not a promise. Whoa. 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 Yeah, so I need to make all the lights go red when that goes off. Your players treasure the mystery of nested menus. Yeah, this guy was in test mode where I disconnected him from the ground. So I just made sure that he couldn't move so I could test this. His state doesn't change very much. Obviously I want the area to represent the change. So let's start with that. For example, just to take a look at how this will feel when it becomes alerted. Oh, that didn't do very well at all. Okay, so I possibly can't change the material on this. We'll see. So what I was thinking of doing for this is, because I want them to be red when it's in danger mode, but essentially off if it's too far away from you. So as you're running, these are turning on, essentially, based on your position. And so I was going to make 3 of these. The issue is that this is one this is now technically one big mesh with lots of entities, so you can't access each one and change the material. If you change the material on this, just the material, it will change the material for every single one of them. And so you can't choose to say this one's red and this one's white. That's something that you can't necessarily easily do. You can do it through material with per instance IDs, but I don't necessarily think it's actually 100% possible. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to use this to our advantage in some way. I'm going to go and get this material. We'll find the parent, which is just this light white. Put it into my art folder. Oh, okay. I was going to put it in my art folder. I just applied it to everything, didn't I? Whew. I think I applied it to the floor, and it made everything extremely light. Okay, so I'm going to put this in my art folder so that I can edit it. And I'm going to use distance from your camera to determine some things. What did I just do here? Just copy this? I think I did. We'll call this mi_light red. We go, there's a back button in here. If we go back a folder, find the parent for this. Simple color. We're going to have m_distance color. And start playing with this material. There'll be two things. There'll be close color and far color. And in my case, what I'm going to do is close color is red. If I remember correctly, I did it a slightly darker shade of red. And far color is black, but also maybe just very slightly grey. Like even more slightly grey than that. It literally just needs to be really low. We will lerp between these two colors based off a distance. So this is distance blend for particles. Set a distance and a range to blend from 0 to 1. So I'm going to plug this in just going to have no base color. And we'll multiply this. We'll multiply this one by the emissive. I don't think we want to apply emissive to the far color because that will give it the appearance that it's on. So those will be our two colors. And then we've got this distance blend range. So blend range, and we'll have this at like 1500, and we'll have start offset, which we'll have at around 1000. Let's see how that looks if we apply it to our scene. I'm going to open up MI Light Red here and reparent this to distance color. Not doing particularly what I wanted. So we've got blend. Oh wait, I did something wrong. Blend range and start set. Let's go 5150 to see exactly if this is working even in our default browser, which I don't think it is. We'll try this. Still a distance blend here. Why is that not working for us? Let's take a look in somewhere else. Distance blend UE5. It only works with transparent materials. Use tutorial no setup instead. Okay, so what we can do instead is, because that doesn't work for opaque materials, this is a camera world blend based on its facing direction. This is a camera distance blend. Gradient 0 near the camera, white at the fade length. Okay, cool. So fade length is, I'll just rename these fade length, fade offset. What this is likely doing is taking the world XYZ of the pixel or vertex, and it's, in fact, for vertex shader, I'm probably just going to set this to true because it will be cheaper to do on the vertex. Yeah, so instead of for every pixel, we're going to go for each vertex. And as we move away, it will take the distance between the camera and the world position, hopefully. Let's give this more egregious numbers, 5,500. We'll open between red and black into the emissive. Really getting any results? Let's put this on a cube in our level. I move this into a white area. Right, okay, so sadly, this does not affect lumen. Let's have a look at what we did there. It was a camera depth fade. Camera depth fade doesn't lumen. Due to lumen's reliance on screen space and ray tracing. I'm going to try and use a different method. Possibly just distance to a vector. So if I get the world position, so we get the x, y, z, and then we minus, what can we do distance off this? There is a distance node, so that's good. That saves me from doing that. And then we'll get just a constant 3 vector convert to parameter location. And then we'll divide this by, so we want it to be 0 to 1 when, in fact, can I just open up this camera depth fade? All right, so it's got dot product in here, I'm not sure why. Switch, clamp, subtract, divide, pixel, input. It's dividing by the fade length. It's got the fade offset. So I think we just subtract the offset and then we divide by the length. So this is our offset and this is our length. So now that will be based off of a location that will currently be 0, but that will be the same, hopefully, for every asset. So of course, oh, I didn't clamp it. That's probably why we had a clamp. So let's clamp this. 0 to 1. Okay, and then if we put this at 0, it'll be red. Let's put a floor underneath so that we can check that the behavior is working like we want. So if I have a bunch of these, yeah, you can see now that the math is working in such a way that these other ones aren't actually adding lighting to the lumen scene. So that's awesome. I want to obviously increase the distance because I want that to be, I want it to be longer. I think I want it to be longer. I don't actually. Let's try that. And so if I just make these feel a little bit more like my lights that I have in my scene right now, and lift them up and sort of stand under these. This is kind of how it's going to feel. Again, it's still a little enough. 1000 is cool. It doesn't really do a blend here, which I find interesting. Maybe if I added a cheap contrast to this, we would end up with a more obvious gradient between black and red. But now you can see getting an actual like circle essentially, because it's distance based, right? So it'll be if this was just like this, then yeah, we have a circle. Where's that contrast? So if the contrast is 0, it's just a big old circle. So now it's just a solid dot, and then so it doesn't seem like I can essentially make the gradient here any smoother. So let's just not worry about that. Cool little test. That's our test scene. We can get rid of it now. Oh, there was something over there that I might actually want to keep. It's a plug socket? It's 2 plug sockets. Add a pair of plug sockets randomly in this hallway. Just like, why? Why is that there? Put it on. Put it on here. No explanation why there's only 1 pair of plug sockets in this entire place, but there is a pair of plug sockets. Okay, so that's that. Is that emissive based lighting? I see a little bit of lumen crawl, but not nearly as much as I would expect. It is just lit by lumen. There are no lights in the scene other than the ones from these. So if I were to just pick an area where it's only lumen, which I have chosen to make it that there's a camera in like every corner of the place. Let's go look at lighting intensity on our, so we click on lit here, and then we can go down to optimization view modes and look at light intensity. So if I hide the ceiling, this is the light complexity of the scene. I do have a lot of lights in this room. And so I need to fix that actually. Not a fan, not a massive fan. So it's because we've got 2 lights on this wall and 2 lights on these other sides. So we technically, well, we can move these guys actually, so that their shadows hopefully don't intersect. So let's just move them over. Go back to optimization view mode, which I think it had a shortcut key, which I wasn't looking at. Alt 7. Cool. So we'll have that one there, and I'll move this one over as well. Obviously now I can't see my scene, so I can't tell. Alt 7. That's a little bit better. There's this whole dead space in the middle, which is just your tutorial entrance, but that's okay. Yeah, so everywhere that's blue is covered by a camera. It's actually a really good way of seeing if I've missed spaces with cameras. So this corner here, oh, isn't actually a gameplay area, so that's fine. Yeah, so it's all lit by lumen, and these lumen emissives are created by a PCG tool that automates this the creation of these points. You need some plug sockets in just a random place on a wall. Like, why is there a plug? Yeah, actually, that's a way better idea. I'm going to do that. Yeah. Current location. Like, what? What's that doing up there? Why is there a plug socket up there? Love that idea. Great idea. Why are they offset? It looks like it wasn't meant to be there, actually. It looks like it's actually a bug. Okay, so we'll do Did that make them a little bit thicker so it's all more obvious? Okay, so I need to do the thing to the lights. Okay, so in the pace manager, we'll have a variable for our PCG lights, and that will be a PCG actor. Is that a thing? I need to actually find out what this thing's called. It's a PCG volume. Close everything else down. Let's get this. Don't need these things. So this is a PCG volume. It's a instance variable. Something's going on with my headphones right now. Oh, why is my head hurting? Ugh. Bear with me while I sort my freaking hair out. There we go. Right. Had a hairband on underneath my headset, which was just starting to give me a headache. Okay, so this is our pace manager. When you get caught by the drone or caught by the cameras, the music changes and the lighting will change. And we'll also send a location to the drone to tell it where to run to. I might add 2 drones. I'm at a point where this game doesn't feel very tense, and where the game haste gives you a sense of speed, and the game Death Stranding gives you a sense of weight. I want this game to give you a sense of tension. Like, it's just like I want a game feel to be illustrated through the game, and it's currently just not very tense. There is not very much tension going on. It might be because I'm developing it and I know where everything is and I know what the rules are. I know what's going to get me, what's not going to get me. I personally know the circle of, I can't remember what you call it. It's like the circle of disbelief. I know where the boundaries of that circle are. Other players don't. So when they're walking through this space, they might not be as easy as me, like as comfortable as me. They may The players may be uncomfortable because they don't know what to expect or what's going to happen, and so it might be tense for them, and maybe it's just not tense for me. But we'll get to playtesting a little bit later today. Anyway, I've got a few friends who will do that, and I'll post it up on itch.even as a demo to get you guys' feedback. So if you stick with me for the next 8 hours, which I don't think you will, but I'll be on all day. If you stick with me, we will be playing it this afternoon, and we'll get some feedback. We'll do some iterations. I think I have 2 days left for the jam. Let me just double check the jam here. itch.io game gym number 7. We've got 2 days actually for this, so we're in a good place. Okay, so we have these PCG lights. I want to get comp by class, and we'll just double check what the component is here. It's an ism. If we hover over it, it's an instant static mesh component. Instant static mesh. And then we can just set material, and we'll use red light. And we can do the same down here, and we'll just turn it back to whatever it is by default, which is light low. And so we have our pace here. If it's chill, we do this. And if it's not, we do this. Yeah, one of the not so fun things about this being a PCG component is I can't actually make any of these particular lights flicker. Another thing that I wanted to do was have a dark area, and there is conveniently an already, well, there was a partially dark area here. So what I could do is actually grab all the lights in this area. This area was dark because it didn't have any lights above it, but now that I've put lights in all the rooms, it has lost that charm. I'll leave the lights in that room. All I'm going to do is go and duplicate this material and just call it lower. It's like it's the even lower. The emissive value for this will just go 0.5. Apply that. So hopefully that lowers it all back down a bit. Still quite bright. Need the roof. Visibility, show all actors. So you come along and you have this one roof that's actually lit. The rest of them, these guys got fired, I guess. I just say 0. It looks crap when it's at 0. I'm gonna make it like a brown, I guess. Yeah, there we go. That looks like lights that are off. Okay, and so I guess because of these lights and because of those lights over there, we're just getting a lot of ambient lighting coming through. Also, these are still, if these were also lower, would we end up with a dark area in the game? We kind of do. But I kind of like that there's one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new volume. So let's just go volumes. I literally just want a basic volume. Let's just try a trigger volume. Now I'm just going to basically overlap all these lights and use it in the PCG as a negating volume to get rid of any lights that are in this area. And actually do it here. What I can do now that I have this, idea in mind, is I can actually get rid of all of the lights that are in areas that they technically shouldn't be. Actually, I already did this and I spoke about this yesterday. If I grab all my navmod volumes, which are already in all these spaces, and then just tag these with the word outside, means I may as well just tag this with the word outside. Which isn't smart because someone in the long run will be like, that wasn't actually outside. I'll use these nav modifiers basically as the lighting negator. And this might help with some of the artifacts that I'm actually getting on the light bleed, because we've got lights that are actually outside of our area. So also, if anyone knows, sounds like Killer Typo, you might know more about Lumen than I do, seeing as you just mentioned a technical term that I've not heard of. Okay, so we've done all our volumes there. What is this one? That's also a nav mod. That's like massive. Okay, so in our PCG graph, what we can do is get the actor data for actors by tag, and it's just outside. And if we debug that, we get all of these volumes. And then what we can do is use that as a differential on the lights that actually exist. And if we do that at a very early point, it won't work. We need to do it after we've copied the points, and we will potentially save ourselves some stuff here. We actually have this now. This is the source and this is the diff. I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, cool. Right, so we don't have any lights on the outside now. We've still got some here. I'm going to chalk that down to there not actually being a nav mod there. Or if there is a nav mod, it's just not close enough. There we go. And then you can see we've got just like little areas where that's not clipping correctly. So we just move these around. What's this? Oh, right, yeah, I got these two white beams at the bottom here in the last room. But that is pretty cool. What I want to do in the future in a full game idea is procedurally generate all these corridors and rooms. We've got one here. I don't know if I'm too sad about it. Now we do have a dark area. And at least when these lights aren't here, it'll be actually dark. I also want to get rid of these three lights. And so I'll take this trigger volume. Let's make sure that we're not colliding on this. It's just not necessary. We actually aren't going to be using it for a trigger. We're just using it as a temporary box. So hopefully this area will be quite ominous. I'm going to grow this a bit. That whole corner of the place. And then I'm going to take one of these lights that I have, and I want it to be lit here at least. So let's visibility show all actors. Yeah, this one bit where you just sit and do your printing is important that that's lit. Got your lit corridor, got your not lit corridor. This area all looks, I guess, lit right now, just because it's all the red lights. But I think once all the red lights are out, in fact, what we could do is just go grab all the security cameras for a quick sec. Just hide them. Get a feel for this. Yeah. That's what we want. Yeah, it's creepy. Cool. And then obviously with the red lights, we end up in another position. So save that. We've got the pace manager, sorry. We've got the materials being set. So we should be in a point where some of the falling out of the world, where some of the tension has been raised. Lumen crawl is the wiggly effect of the lights around the outer edges. It's basically the ray trace is going a bit funny. Okay. So yeah, so if I use my mouse, you mean like, is it this? It's kind of noisy, right? Is that what you're on about? And then obviously you get this over here as well, where it's like, it's blinking. Yeah, there's all kinds of things going on right now. If I stand in the hallway, it's a lot more chill. Like, there, I think it's this reflective material. It's not. It's, I guess it's bouncing rays around. I mean, look at the floor here. Do you see how crazy it's going? And I think it's because it's like a reflective material with bounces. You can see we've got like reflections going on. But yeah, this mirror, it's like, that's a horror of its own. Okay, so let's go find out how this is going. Oh, that's not cool. It's already, like, that needs to have lights. The fact that there's no lights here. I want the first two hallways to be fully lit all the way down. I forgot to set Pace Manager's PCG. So let's put that in. Yeah, okay. I messed up and maybe just want like this. Let's play from let's play from here. Missing a random. Why are we missing a light? We just don't have a light on the intersection here. What? I guess that makes sense because it's coming off these walls. Is there any other intersections that are missing? Yeah, every how have I not noticed that until now? Every crossroad intersection was missing a light. So we just go to art and we just grab, oh, here it is. Do this one manually, which means this one will never be affected by the logic that we have written. Darklit scenes and reflective scenes are fun. Yes. Yeah, you just want your scene to be dark, and then there's like these little flickers of light in the corner, and you're just like, where's that even coming from? Okay, so we'll stick that one there, and we'll stick this one here. These ones are going to be visually bugged in the sense that they're not going to be affected by other lighting. We've actually got two. We've got two lights there. Oh, it's because it's taking into account the scale here. Yeah. And then we've got, which, if that's the case, then we're gonna definitely have other pieces that are also oddly scaled because I've scaled a few of the walls. There's sadly no easy way around this. I would want to put this here and then just like expand it by one. Maybe that'll be fine. And then we've got this obvious gap here, and we've got this double here. God, how interesting. Let's just so yeah, that was better than it was before, I suppose. Leave that there. That's a bit crap. But luckily, thanks to our handy new tool, we can just get rid of one. In fact, we might just get rid of both of those. Man, there is a pretty big dark area in this place, but that's okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. You. I kind of miss this area, but it does now have a story of like these offices are closed, this one's still open. That's kind of cool. Um, it's like one of the first areas you come across as well. Okay, let's hit play again. I had a fridge in a horror game that looked scary enough on its own, just because of Liam dark lit scenes. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go this way. This way looks fun. Ooh, there's some red over there. Security cameras. I'm not updating the position, so I need to update the position of the player. Additionally, this area doesn't have any lights, so when you get caught by the camera, it's just like nothing happened. There was also a hitch. There's also a hitch. It's not even doing much. It's just there was a hitch. But yeah, this guy does tick, so we'll continue with that, and we'll just get player pawn, actor location. Let's create a material parameter collection here. NPC game, and this will have a vector parameter that is player position. We will set that vector parameter in. Oh, that's cool. That's not what I wanted to do though. Set vector param in the game player position. This is the value. That'll be the tick. And then in here, get param or get collection or collection. There we go. Collection parameter, player position. So instead of location here, we just plug this in. And then I guess we just mask this for RGB. It comes in as technically as a color. Let's just go get ourselves caught by a camera. Your players trust that the game will explain itself eventually. This one is quite poignant to the game that I'm actually making. The fact that it's not red is bothering me. I'm going to mute the game for a second for you guys. Why doesn't it work? if I if I take the position of this, oh, which apparently it's not going to work. Let's take the position of this. If I copy that and plug that into the location here. Oh, I bet you it's the absolute well position of the origin of the game. Um, yeah, there is a reason for that. It will be really cool. More red. It's getting a really good. Yeah, it's getting there. I'm just trying to get. Well, you've seen Severance, right? This is what I'm aiming for here. Blood red. Um, I am close, but that material that I made here, it uses well position. It this doesn't care about instance material. It's the origin of the component. So like that's somewhere in the world. It's not actually the world position of the pixels, I guess. UE5 instance mesh world position material mode. It says put 0 through a transform position node where you go from instance space to world space. And so it will take essentially the local origin transformed from instance to world. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, 0, yeah. Let's see how that does. Play. Still didn't work. Um, I mean, I can at least play with the material while that's on screen. Of course, Unreal's made the material window a pixel on my screen. Did you see that? It like collapsed it into a I don't know, a little layer box. Okay, well that didn't work. Object pivot point node. Come on. You guys are lucky I muted this because I just have womp, 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 womp going through my headset right now. Okay, so we're still searching for the right node because so far I haven't found it. Give me the information. I've done this in another project. I might have to open the other project. I have done this before. Um, Come on. Uh, I guess all the lights are red now, except for my character. So it's like run away. Um, oh, there's a bookshelf over here. Very ominous. Maybe I just turn all the lights off. I don't know. Come on, worker dude. Um, Look at this poor guy. More searching. I will get this to work. I promise. And if anyone else wants to suggest nodes to try in the material, we'll try it. So far, we've tried 0 from instance to world space, and then the player position distance, and then we're using that to power the alert. That didn't work. There was a suggestion to use this object pivot, which didn't work. I found a local position node, which didn't work. Let's try pre-skinned instance. Oh. Feature level SM6. Okay. I guess I don't have that. Assuming I'm actually setting player position correctly still, yeah. What we'll do, because this is driving me insane with the womp womp in the background, I'm going to remake our little test area that we had. So let's go shapes, cube. What is Niagara cinematic wall? Yeah, sorry, I only just seen that. I'll answer both your questions. So the Niagara cinematic wall is after you open this final door, you run through this area here, and of course I've got no lights on anymore. And this hallway here, there's a really long hallway. This is gonna be a wall of cameras on either side that all move looking at you at the same time, but instead of ticking a whole bunch of blueprints and having all those blueprints tick to look at you, which will be massive on the game thread, we're going to do it on the GPU, and we're going to use particles in Niagara, and we'll just put our player position in there every tick, and all the particle cameras will look at you, and so you'll get the same effect where like there's this. It's just going to be so fucking freaky to have all these eyes basically staring at you, but they're cameras, right? So you could do the same thing. You could take the code that I'm going to do for that, and you could turn it into an eye, and you could have like eyes just following you. It'll be super weird. And then what I'm trying to do right now is let me get the let me get the cube set up over here, and I will show you what I'm trying to do. So we've got a we have a problem where apparently I'm selected on something that I can't unselect. I can't I can't open my content browser anymore. Yeah, my spacebar has stopped working. Huh. Okay. So I have to manually click content browser now. Weird. So okay, this is just annoying. We have this light, right? And it's at is it 0 plus some? And if I make a series of these, gotta make a decent number of these. Oh, it's going to represent our lights. So say that's a hallway, and this one in the middle is 0. If I if I do a distance from world position, which is in this case near to 0, to my player position, which is a material parameter collection, that is also 0, 0, 0. I'll keep this open as well because we're gonna play with this. Um, if I compile that material wherever that material has disappeared to, if I compile this, you'll see I get this effect where if that was my player's position, only the local area lights will be on. If I then go and play with the location here, and I say, oh, he actually moved 500 units to the right, or 1,000 units to the right, and he moved 500 units, 1,000 units away, you can see what's going on here, right? As the player runs through the world, the lights change. However, that works on a per actor basis because the absolute variable here is, I believe, of the actor's space, I guess. What we need is the instanced position, and so to actually test this even better is we would select all of these, merge these down into an instanced asset. So we'll batch this using instancing. And so now when I look at this actor, it's got an instant static mesh in it, which again it represents our lights, right? So it now is a bunch of instances. And if I move my character thing, it actually does work. It does bloody work. So why isn't it working in my main scene? So if I go to my PCG, and at the end here, I change the material, just the default. Oh, I can do it. I can do it through the actor. Let's do it here for now. If this is, oh, we've got two. This might be the problem. We have two of these. I might be using the wrong one. Let's go and grab this and just call this mi underscore distance red. Is it this one? Yeah, and then red light itself is m underscore red dot light. It might be the case that I actually applied the wrong material. This whole time, yeah, I was using the wrong one. So you know what? The test was worth it because the test revealed something. The test revealed that I used the wrong one. So now, if I'm here and I get caught, Not immediate with the red because it's lumen, right? There's also something about this paste manager in which when we change state, it kind of takes a while. It kind of takes a while to come into effect. For the what am I trying to say here? When you a when the color of the material changes, the red doesn't actually fill the space. Rubber duck debugging, yeah, exactly. Um, okay, so the next problem is when we change the color, the lumen computation is a slow process. It's like gathering that scene again. I wonder if there's a way to just dump lumen's information because it's like a histogram, I guess. I wonder if there's a way to dump all the information to just make it black and then grow into red. That would be a great solution. Let's find out. Let's use Super Google. Does it know? Is there a blueprint function to dump all lumen lighting information so that the scene goes black immediately? Currently, I have an issue where if I set an emissive cube like white, change takes Julia to a yeah, sure, whatever. Spell propagate wrong. There's no built-in blueprint node in the world that directly dumps the, or disables all lumen lighting immediately all at once. Yeah. Oh, I could do a darkness by post process. I could do that, but then you basically go blind. Um, I mean, this is just garbage because, of course, we know we're basically doing that. There are no lights, so it doesn't know what it's on about there. Flash lumen lighting. Here, this is basically what I want to do. There's no directed blueprint API to flush the GI cache, however, some users have tried toggling this. Let's see if this actually dumps the lighting. That is not an actual command. Could use the oil exposure. Could. Screen probe gather. Screen probe gather 0. Oh, and then I would just set it to 1, but now it's gathering. If this is the hack, this is such a great hack. Execute console command. So the moment the womp 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 happens, oh, I turned the music off for you guys. Maybe I should turn it back on. Uh, do you want to hear? Whap, whap, whap? I'll turn it down a bit. Okay, so here we just want to go 0, and then we want to go 1 again. So if it's not chill, we're just going to dump. We're just going to dump the gather, and then after a delay of like, I guess like point, we'll say 1 second, 0.5 seconds. do this. I want to also have the womp womp delayed. I'm gonna I'm gonna disable it. I'm gonna turn that on. This will be awesome. Chad GPT. What a fucking Chad. I know someone that calls it chat. Okay, so it's just one step at a time. Let's not change too many things. That was a bit weird. It didn't actually dump. Didn't actually dump it, so it's kind of pointless. It was kind of pointless. Yeah, what I need to do is, for a second, is just turn off. Oh shit! Turn off. It's actually pitch black here, which is. And then there's that random white light that I knew would be a problem. So the funny thing is these rooms are safe zones. So the AI cannot come in here, and when you come in here, you'll be fine. Okay. Sorry. Actually, I will mute this because I'm sure that you guys do not want to hear constant while I work on this. So the next thing is essentially what happens right now if I get rid of the thing that's allowing me to debug that guy. If I just sort of come over here and hit play. Look at this. You shine brightest under vague direction. We've got another one of those double. We've got a fat light in it. Yeah, it's because of this wall here. So I might go and address that. Ah! Ah! Adjust the blend mode of the material. Lumen emissive materials don't emit when set to. I mean, it's the same material. So this is emitting the white light everywhere. If I turn the emissive of this light off, it's no longer red. If I just wait here, you'll see the red comes. The red does come in, but there are still white lights in the scene, and so I'm actually just gonna go and I'm gonna put this one in a folder called like corridor lights. We had if I hide this, we had two corridor lights. So I'm going to grab that one and move that into corridor lights. We also had an issue with the PCG over here, which I'm going to fix quickly. It's weird. One. What? Reset. Cool. So we have that. I'm gonna move that over by one. Do the same on this side. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, that looks better. Yeah, cool. Yep, that'll do. And then, did I have any more of those wide ones? No. So those two lights that are in my corridor lights folder, these two, I'm just going to tag these with corridor light. And in my paste manager, get actors tag, get all actors with tag, static mesh actor with the tag corridor light. So I'm just going to promote that. And in here, what we'll do is, well, we have to each on this. Actually, what I could do, I could change this to static mesh components. And then each here, static mesh. Add that here. We'll just manually control these two, and then maybe more in the future. So we'll do that on begin. So we do all this logic here. I'm going to start commenting this graph because this manager is getting pretty big. Okay, so let's move this down. This is control sound and lighting when spotted. This is update player position, and it's on tick. So I like to make that red. This is our begin play function. That is take all of this, put this down here. This is paste check from camera spotting players. For loop there. That's this whole thing. We'll do a sequence instead. Reads a bit nicer. Bring this down here. This is our paste check from drone spotting player. And then we've got this new thing, which is just hash standalone lights. Standalone lights. Add in. And then, because those are just statics, I should just be able to plug them in. Let's just call this lights. And up here, I will add the main one as well. So now we just do that. There. Okay. Now let's give this a go. Ah! It was right there. What? Why? Why was he right there? Okay, that was last manager. I don't know what that is. Should I search what that is? Last manager. Just like turned around immediately, spotted me. Yeah, it takes a hot minute. Also the distance. I'm going to increase the distance on this fade length. It's going to be 1,500. Um, Another thing is when we return to chill, or in this case, when the AI or a camera stops seeing us, there's no duration. There's no like minimum duration. So it just keeps. It just stops immediately. It's like seen or unseen. It's just like on, off, on, off, on, off. And that's like really jarring. I want it to be at least like a minimum of, say, 5 seconds. So let's do that. Let's make sure that that is the case. The fact that it's not a minimum of 5 seconds means it's just flicking on and off over and over, and it's like kind of just ruins the mood. Doesn't in the lingo of hello, fellow kids. I think they call it the vibe check, and it does not pass. Fails miserably. Okay, so we're one coffee down. We are an hour and a half in. We still haven't quite finished. Just some minor iterations I wanted to do um, on our chase drone and sort of the red. Well, I'm doing the red lights right now, actually, so that's fine. We are hitting at least an item on the list that we had planned, rather than completely side tangenting, and that is key. We are actually working. We're progressing towards the end goal. The problem I mentioned was that if you dip in and out of the sight of a camera or the supervisor, you end up just toggling the. It just toggles on and off, and I need it to be a minimum duration. But first, I want to know what is the last manager. The biography by Wes Miller, the life and career of someone. Is this what you were talking about, or are you talking about some sort of game? If it's a baseball reference, it's just completely gonna miss because sports in general are not my not my thing. Okay, um, let us continue here. We are going. We're chill, and then we want to have some sort of minimum duration. Let's go get game time seconds. Promote this to a variable. Uh, uh, no, no, I'm not going to do it that way. I was gonna use that. Set it when we're in danger, and then just check like, are we good? But no, I want it to be that when the pace wants to become chill, we'll set time by event, custom event. Um, Delayed change pace. We'll promote this to a variable. Delayed pace change timer. We'll clear this if the pace ever becomes not chill. But all of this in here, and we'll have 5 seconds. Till that happens. Okay. So the idea here is when you get spotted, you go, oh no, but then as soon as you run around the corner, it's not just over. Black hallway. I wonder if I should get rid of the sprinting, because the sprinting is letting you just run around this place. Aha, there is a baddie. Hey buddy, turn around. Just run into a dead end. Okay, bad place to be. Okay, I was running for quite a while there, and I didn't want to look back. Oh god, is he coming this way? No, no. Okay. You couldn't hear the sounds, but yeah, it felt better. I have another new idea. I'm going to go into this mesh. Go into unlit here. And I'm going to have a little strip light underneath here. So we'll just go cube. This off. It's going to be a masked material that is just off. Essentially, it just has no material. But when the chase is on, I'm going to light this up. And I don't know whether to do it like thin and tall, like a running light across the floor. That could feel quite cool. So let's go with this, and this is just straight up red. That didn't work. I completely missed. It's red. Cool. I kind of want it to blink though. Yeah, I kind of want it to be maybe this. But that will not work with Lumen. So let's not do that. Let's just do this. And then if I go to back to lit now, that's the effect you get. But that'll be like the whole world will have that happen. So that I'm hoping will look quite cool. So now what we do is let's create a material that's just m underscore hidden. You're right. No, no, we don't do that. Bad idea with it. That would mean that we just put masked computation everywhere. What I'll do is I'll just have my underscore black. This will be 0, and this will just be black. Black, please. Black. So I'll toggle between those two, and we'll put black on there. So you will never know. Sadly, you will know because you'll be able to see. Be able to see it, but I wonder if I can get the same effect. I wonder if this will work. Can I get the same effect from just having it be? Because you essentially won't see it. Yeah, it'll be on the floor, but it's not doing what I want it to do. It's like spread across the space because this will look pretty cool. Do I want it longer? And you could make some seriously cool Star Wars themed shit with Lumen. I like that thing. Um, it's just the case that when it's unlit and when it's black and you're walking down the corridors, they've all now got this little lump. So I wonder if I could just have it as a plane, and then it won't be a lump. It'll be a plane. Where did the plane go? Where did it go? It's all the way over there. Okay, come here. Yep. Wait, put it down. Yeah, nice. Okay, so because that works, and actually I should really move it back even further. Blink. Okay, cool. Because that is still achieving what I want, I can actually hide it by virtue of just using the same material that this real one has. So it's blackmail shiny. Set material. We've got this color black shiny. We'll also take this material, put that in here, and then I just merge well, first I make this black red shiny, and then I unlight this. Haha, you can't see it. Okay, and then you grab these two and go back to our modeling mode. We're going to just merge these two meshes. Boop, boop. Sadly, this is a plane, which is part of the engine content, so we need to copy this to our art folder. And we just use that plane instead. Select both of these, merge. First input, 1, 2. Accept. It didn't give me 3 materials, so I'm going to undo that. This has got to be a new material. Put that in there. Now merge these. First input object. Now I have my third material, which if I open this up, oh shit, I forgot to stitch to the other side. God damn it. Control Z again, and again, 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 again. Undo clicking on elements. That's just... There we go. Right. Move this to the other side. Flip it over. Yep. Put it here. Copy this to this. Why is that so high up? I guess that's because it's where it was on the... yeah, I should go and edit this. Mesh, try select, edit those two tries, and those two tries. I would like to edit those triangles. Okay, so edit to our wall. It's now an evil wall. Copy, paste, save, close, cool. I think I tagged all my walls already with wall, so we're sorted there. Because now we can come in and go get all actors of tag mesh actor, tag wall for each of those. And we'll do this, we'll do a selector on chill. And if we're chill, we're this. If we're not chill, we're this. Put that in there. The material instance is 2, so just make sure we're doing that correctly. Let's promote this to a variable, so I don't have to do that every single time. Walls. So we'll do the particle system Niagara next as well. Walls. Let's then upgrade walls. give that a go. It needs to be like a darker blood red. Pink is how I'm feeling. I'm gonna go with that. And then in our distance red as well, get this darker. I really need to also fix the interactable because I can do it through doors. Okay, so we've got a camera now. Sound is horrible. I need to change the camera sound. And one of the last things I need to do as well is make the drone actually run at you when you get spotted. Oh, here he comes. Okay, that's pretty cool. What I'd love is if all of these lights could be like blink, 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 blink off, like not all at once. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's move update walls down. I'll turn the music on for the next one. I need to change the sound on the camera though, because it just sounds like an 8-bit crunch. Like, also, I want all the lights on the floor, those runner lights, to be like just random. And so, what we do is we just shuffle the walls when we cache them. So we have, sorry, we cache them, and then we shuffle them. And what we can then do is get 0, get element 0. I guess we can do, if we're chill, we'll just do all of them. Sorry, we're not chill. We'll just update all of them. And if we are chill, like we're returning, then we'll do promote to local variable, wall ID, set wall ID to 0 anytime this changes. So I could do that here. And then here we just set the material we actually know that we're here that we're not chill, so we know we're actually going straight to red, so we can do that there. Here we do this one, and then we just plus on here. Then if this is more, sorry, what do we do here? If this is more than or equal to the length of this, the number of walls, actually what we could do is we could say if it's less than the number of walls, then we will trigger a short delay. There'll be a random float in range between nothing and I think 0.1 will be okay. And then we just call it again, update walls. And so now what it will do is it will update the first one, move on to the second, randomly. They're all shuffled now. And it will do that. 0 to 0.1 is a range that we'll try. Update walls. And of course, if we go into not chill at any time, then we'll just run down here. If this calls after 0.1, we'll just run down here again, and that's not the end of the world. I need to fix that. Is there just that many walls? There are so many walls. Let me take a look at how many walls there are. There are so many walls that is taking a long time. There are 700 walls. Times that by 0.1, it's taking nearly a minute, I think. I might be wrong. It might just be 7 seconds. But it's taking a long enough time. And so what we want to do is reduce this right down to like 0.02. In fact, let's just get a calculator, find out how long that will take. Calculator, 800 walls multiplied by 0.02. Still 16 seconds. It could be 8 seconds. That would still be way too long. 800 multiplied by 0.005. 4 seconds. 0.005. Let's go with that. One of my favorite bits. It's just a water cooler. Behind it is a picture. You're empowered by mid. It should say you are empowered by mid-sprint scope changes, not you are empowered by scope changes mid-sprint. Four seconds is still way too long. Let's just try 0.001. Right here. Oh right, yeah, it's limited by frame rate. Because if you're not running 0.0001 or what 1,000 frames a second or something, yeah, it's not going to work. It's going to be limited by frame rate. So let's do this differently. Let's do a random 50 of them each time. So we'll create a new function called remaining walls. We'll set that up as walls when this happens. We will get remaining walls. We will each through this, and we will have a break in here. Yeah, well, we'll each through this, and we'll have a break. If this is less than or equal to, and we'll say 50, then we will perform the change. And the reason that we're copying the array is so that we can shrink it. We will come over here. We don't need this. This will come down here. As soon as this is false, we can just break out the loop. We can also reverse each on this, I think. No, let's not do move item. I think this might cause some errors, but we'll see. We might come across null references. But then essentially we ask if it's not empty, we will continue. Another thing I want to do is I do want to reverse each through here. A reverse with break. Because when you just remove an entity like that, it actually shrinks the array. And because we're going through it and shrinking it, then you end up with this error where you're accessing null entries. Wait, why didn't that reverse? Oh, you can't do a break on a reverse. Okay, so we are going to go forward. So how do we solve that then? Just accept it's going to shrink the array every time. We may never actually finish the loop then. Put a print in here. See how this goes. I just need to be caught, please. Yes. Ah, the printer. Seems to work. Possibly. He's doing something weird there, though. Well. He's not very good at chasing me. As soon as he fails, yeah. So now I need to fix the chasing. Getting into a st_AI. If it's not valid, then yeah. So if the target is no longer valid, which is when he loses line of sight of us, he'll he's supposed to go here and then move to that target location. And then he's supposed to wait. So I'm just going to say he needs to wait for 4 seconds. See if he actually behaves in the way that we expect. Didn't feel like 4 seconds. Did not feel like 4 seconds. Love that you can just follow him. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Oh wait, you need to reach the location first. Yeah, he didn't do it. He didn't wait. So I guess this is either one of these. So let's go add a child state, which is move to last known location. And then can I drag that down? That would have been cool. We'll copy this and hopefully it'll just let us paste it in. Cool. Move to target location, and then I'll do another child state, which is just wait. And then here, oh, can I just going to delete that. I'm going to copy that, delete that, go to the wait, add a delay, and then paste it. And then here, all of the children need to complete. When this is complete, we transition to the next state. And when this last known, okay, so let's try that. So I think what was happening was any completions of a single node will maybe complete the node. And so then he just went straight back to root. Okay, so I want him to go 1, 2, 3, 4. That works in the way I expect it to work now. He doesn't move very fast. I'm gonna change his speed when he is when he's chasing, because it's just so slow. Get character movement, set warp speed. We're at the 2-hour mark. We're gonna be doing the cool Niagara drone wall next, or a camera wall, I should say. His default move speed is 400. That's, I'm gonna say 300. And then his chase speed is going to be 500, which is just 100 units less than your move speed. Delay, change, pace, drone, move speed. We'll go back to 300 there. And if the pace is increased, the drone speed will be increased. And then his default speed here can be 300. So he's just chill moving through the corridors. Keep forgetting that I need to fix the interact. He's doing something weird there. He just has a bit of a jiggle. Whoa. Oh yeah, he's on me. What I want him to do while he's waiting is rotate in a circle like he's a sentry. So he might be able to spot you again. He's also just flicking. Like, he just flicks when he turns. It bothers me. Why is he just flicking? Let's have a look at rotation. Where this? I'm gonna pull out the sky. Oh, okay. We're back here. We're back at the start of the game. Oh, you'll do. Oh no, wait, I don't want you. I don't want that. Where is it? You shine brightest under vague direction. What I should do is get the cameras. Oh! I got a call. I should get the cameras to actually cause this guy to chase me, so that then I can just trigger a camera to get him. God. Bit. I think his peripheral might be stopping him. Yeah. I think I know what's going on there. So, two things here. AI controller, perception, range needs to just be bigger. Like he needs to be able to spot you. If he's chasing you around a corner, he needs to be able to catch you. So actually, I'll just go 90 degrees. So as long as he can see you, he can see you. Although his torch is not 90 degrees, so maybe we'll say 70. His range. I want his range to basically be the longest length it can be in the corridors. Needs mirrors near the corners to scare you when you see the reflection. Yeah, like so you can see him chasing you, you mean? Is that what you mean, VIP? Problem is that your actual character looks like garbage in the mirror, but I think I know what you mean though. Like the fact that the light is right behind you and the shadow is on the wall is enough for me to be like, oh my god, he's right behind me. So that still works. It still gives us the same thing that you're kind of getting at, I think. But yeah, if I put actual mirrors at the end of the hallway, the only thing that's going to scare you is the low quality garbage pixels that are shown at you. Ah, it's horrible. Okay, so we increase the eyes, left and right. And then in the Sate AI, we have this last known location, but we don't have any transitions. And what we need to say is if the AI target is valid, then go directly back to chasing. Because what's happening is he's entering this last known after he loses sight of me. He goes to that location, but he still just waits. He never exits this. So he goes back to chase here. So that's cool. Oh shit. Oh no, I'm doomed. No. I said there's no dead ends in the game. The only dead end in the game is a bookshelf and that fire escape. Chase me. Chase me, chase me. Okay, so one thing I don't like is that every time we hit that sound, it dun 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 dun. So like it says it wants to be chill here, and it comes in, and then it's like, oh yeah, so we can actually go back down here. Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, so I'm going to say, if the drone is chasing, then we're immediately going to check the pace. If the drone is not chasing, we're going to wait. For 5 seconds, and then we'll check the pace. And I'll do the same. I'll do the same up here. If we're following the player, we're going to immediately check pace. If we're not following the player, we're going to wait and then check the pace later. And that means I can get rid of this delay in here, because this delay is causing issues. It's in the wrong place. Let's push all this over here. Let's do this. A little bit cleaner. Oh, like that. That's our guy. Let's stand in his view. Oh, great! That didn't work at all. He just immediately whipped around the corner. He's like, I'm not here anymore. Wondering where it's going. Turn around. Oh. I want him to chase me, but I also don't want to immediately get caught. Okay, I'm going. I'm running, look at me. I'm right here. Oh my god. This is just my luck right now. Good enough. So it's not quite this, but it's something. It's something. Control Shift S, save all. I want him to spin on the spot while he's waiting. So yeah, he's got this wander. He never actually waits at the end here. So we're going to turn this into nodes again. So this is going to be moved to location. In fact, can I delete this, copy paste, have that as this, rename it, move to location, remove the transitions, and remove the, well, copy the weight and delete it, and then add a new child here. Weight, we will add a delay, all paste. With 3x1 here. This will complete into the next state. This, oh, I'm going to delete everything from it. Oh no, wait, the transition can stay. The transition is if we see the player go to chase. So we'll just remove these delays. Okay, so when we're wandering, we will move to a location by picking a location, then moving to it, then we'll wait. And it's in this wait function where I'm going to have a task that's just like telling him to rotate. So let's go make that task. We'll do this, STT underscore rotate. Get delta seconds multiplied by, and we'll just use like 25 or something. We need to find out what's a good value. 45 a second is quite slow. 90 per second. One Mississippi. Yeah, 90. We'll try 90. And then, so we add that. We get our controlled pawn, and we add rotation offset, rotation add active world rotation. So we split this, we add this, and we just never finish this task. If we do that, we never finish this task. Actually, shouldn't this be, yeah, task tick? So as this task is ticking, it's doing that. This wait function here, this will be any of the children complete, then we're good. Meanwhile, we'll be rotating. So the wait has to complete in order for this to finish and go back to root. And that will be the same on this wait function as well. So any of these complete, and the only one that can complete is this, because we chose not to put a finish into our task here. Okay, so that's a little bit of an improvement on our AI. We'll compile that. It's not happy about it. Distant. Oh, right, yeah. I've got some variables that I need to remove. So we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of target. We need to go to our state tree rotate. And there is a context for the AI controller. So we need to add that in here. That might help drastically with your dude looking horrible in reflections. Smooth bias 1. Yeah, I'll give it a quick go. Let's spawn our default player start. Whoa. It did something to that thing. It did something to the ceiling. It also didn't fix. Yeah, so if I do it here, it doesn't fix it. But what it does do is it breaks whatever this is. It's like, I mean, I say it breaks it. I prefer it like that, where it's soft. But thanks for looking. It was a good try. We did a good try. Oh shoot! So what I actually want to test is if he rotates. So when he gets where he's going and he waits, he should just rotate on the spot. You watch him rotate at 100 miles an hour. It'll be so funny. Oh, he's really got somewhere to go. Okay, so my assumptions about the state tree thing were wrong. What? Yeah, okay. So he started rotating at the end there. He didn't do that. Let's have a look at Google quickly, just make sure I understand this. State tree tasks. State tree tasks. Overview of state tree F task. 12:30. When a state is selected, the selected state and all its parent states become active, and all tasks are executed for all active states starting from the root down to the selected state. When a state is selected, the state and all its parents, blah, blah, blah. Each state provides an output to the state tree. Common output examples include selecting a target, playing an animation, and looking at an object. Each state can have multiple tasks, and all tasks in a state run concurrently as long as the state remains active. All tasks in a state run concurrently as long as the state remains active. The first state that completes its execution triggers a transition, which can result in the selection of a new state. So why did my guy only rotate at the end? I tell you what. What if I just move this up one? What if I just do that? Is that gonna fix it? Slow turn. Oh yeah. Hey, that is what it is. That is exactly what's gonna happen. Um, so I'm gonna get him to chase me. Oh, apparently I'm not gonna get him to chase me. Now I'm gonna get him to chase me. Okay. So I run around here. That's pretty cool. Okay. Let's watch that one more time. He says, "Hey, I see you." Um, I'm gonna I'm gonna disable something for a second. I'm gonna disable this transition. In fact, I'll just delay it by like 5 seconds. I'm pretty sure he's getting here. Hello? All right, I'm coming down in a sec. He's Yeah. I don't know why this is happening. I have lunch. I'll be back in like half an hour. I will stick a BRB on screen. We'll have a nice view of our world. Visibility. No, don't show any selected. Visibility. Show all actors. Yeah, we'll leave it on there. I'll turn my camera off. I just need to go get some food, and then I'll be back. Yeah, sweet. What are we saying? We'll be back at 1 p.m. Uh, let's stick a little text on screen. All right, see you soon. Hello. Welcome back to me. I'm I am back. Where were we? Uh, we were wondering why this guy wasn't rotating. So what we're going to do is when he we have this wander here. We have this on tick. If we have a valid target, go to chase. What I actually want to do is I want to go to wait here, and I want to see what happens. So let's compile that. Conveniently not getting a lot of crashes this time. Oh, okay, he just moved the other way. Let's when we're in fact when we're wandering, let's let's do this, and then we'll move to next state, and we'll move to location, and then we'll come in, and then we wait and spin and go to next state, and then we come back here. We go back to route when we're done with the move to location. Maybe I can actually simulate. He's still snapping when he turns. Let's have a look at Google for this. UE5 AI not using rotation weight. Disable use controller rotation yaw in the pawn settings and change Z rotation rate in character movement. Yaw. Okay. He's waiting, but he's not rotating. Then he rotates. And then he moves. That's so weird. At least he's rotating a little bit more nicely now. But he should be rotating right now. But it's almost as if he moves to the location. But yeah, then so weird. Let me count this. Let's do 5 seconds. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Okay, so then he moves off. This will be his location. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. So that's a weird possible bug, because he hits, doesn't rotate, waits, gets to the end of the wait, rotates, waits. It's like a really weird. Maybe if I change this to all, we'll see what happens. Of course, will never happen, right? Because he'll never finish rotating. Maybe what I can do is go into. Can I open this? Maybe I don't know if you can put a delay in here, but apparently you can. So I'll just put four. Oh, maybe I'll put 3 seconds in here. Promote this to a variable. Wait. This will be a input, and this will be on enter state. We will wait and then finish. Strange. It said 4 seconds, maybe. Here on this wait, we don't need this now. This will be a parameter wait. He's going straight for this one. Oh no, he's going for this one. He's not rotating. Then he's rotating. What's going on there? I've got something really weird happening. Oh, there's this bloody delay in here. Oh my god. Oh my god. There is a delay in there. Okay, we're getting rid of this. I wanna use it how I intended to use it. So I wanna go here, delay. It was delaying because of the delay that was in the transition. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Add another delay here, 4x1. Okay, and then this will be any. This will be any. Goes back to parent. Goes to next. Simulate. He actually did the thing again, where he waited when he got there. Don't delay transition. It's not doing it. Okay. So I might delete that from there. Do the delay here. See if we can get this working. Finish. Back in here. Wait. Parameters. Wait. Go down here. Delete this. Parameters. Wait. So he wanders, rotates, moves. Shouldn't be any delays around. Okay, sit up straight. Posture check. Doing it again. Is it like it's cached it or something? Let's just take a look through everything here. On route, go to wander. On wander, go to wait. Let's just delete this entirely. Compile it. When we enter wander, we will on tick go to chase if we have a valid target. We will then wait. ST rotate is a 4-second wait. On state completed, go to next state. Comes down. Has a pick node. Has a move to. Once that's completed, it just goes back to root. If this takes over, well, we should just be looping this. Because we're not being chased. Can I disable a state? State no longer enabled. Add another child state. Wait again. I wonder. Anyway, so here we'll just do a regular delay for 2 seconds. Two. Does another rotate. 2. Does another rotate. 1, 2. Does another rotate. Yeah. Weird, man. Did state require event and enter conditions to be evaluated when transition leads directly to its child? I wonder here if I just say go back to wait. enable this. I'm gonna check. Can I? If hit simulate, and then go here F9 on this. Then it hit. So when it moved to the location, it actually reached the location. Let's put 100 on here instead and see if that is it. Yeah, and then you can see it paused. But it's something to do with this. I'm going to say any on here. I'm going to go and take a look at this. Not do that. I've actually got to go and find the guy. It is still exactly 5 seconds. I'm going to restart the editor. I think there might be some cache data in this state tree AI. So we'll try rebooting and seeing if that fixes the problem. But I think there was like some, because it was 5 seconds, which was the exact amount of time that we had earlier set as like an enter transition state. It seems like a bug to me, I will say. And actually, I'll go and check in the forums to see if that is the case. UE5 state tree move to has delay at end of task. Yeah, still doing it. The AI. Right, this if there was bad data in there still, it should now just be null. Or 0.1 is fine. Nope. I'm gonna recreate that state. Call it wandering, just to make sure it's not confused. We'll add a child state called wait rotate. We'll add another child state called move to next node. In here, when this is completed, we'll go to the next state. When move to node is completed, we'll go back to root. In the wait, we will rotate. It will be our AI controller and our parameter for waiting. And then our move to, we'll have a task. Oops, wrong one. We'll have a task that is to find the next move to location, which will be the target point. And then we'll have a move to task, which will move to our SDAI control. No, it will be our move location move to node with an acceptance of 50. And when this is completed, it goes to root. Save that. So he moves on. Wow. Wow. It's definitely something to do with this move to STT find move location move to node. I'm going to make my own task because I think that task is literally bugged. Let's go blueprint class, task, state tree here, STT move to. I'm going to code my own one because apparently we're in some sort of weird state. So when we enter the state, we'll have a variable for our AI controller. That will be context. will have a target, could be an actor. That'll also be context. Our AI will set an assign move completed, which will finish our task. And then we'll move to actor. This one. And our goal is our target. Oh, I'm not doing this on stream, am I? Okay, so acceptance, we know it's 50. Use pathfinding, allow stop on overlap, constrafe, no. So we'll try this and then we'll finish when we get there. We can also switch here. And if it failed, we'll also finish the task, but not successful. Put that in here as a replacement for that move. So we add here, we go STT move to, we have our AI controller and we have our actor. We never seems to transition. Means he's possibly getting here, entering, failing. No, it's not failing. The result is success. We already have a project pointer navigation directly in the node. Don't stop on overlap. Do use pathfinding. Project the point. Don't strafe. Allow partial path. Sure. Leave move completed. That is so annoying. I just did that wrong. Hmm. Maybe we do stop on overlap. Oh god. He like gets to the location and then he just sits there for a second. And wow. Okay. So creating our own task made no difference. So as usual, because it's custom, I want to remove it and I want to use the Unreal provided one. And we'll move to the target there. 50 in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a tick condition, distance compare between my AI controllers. We do get actor location. Let's open up our SC AI, and we'll have a AI location node. Oops. Vector. This will be an output. Override tick. The AI is valid. Then we'll get the control pawn. Get control pawn. Come on, pawn hunt. That's valid. Get the actor location. That saves that on tick in the evaluator. And then over here, we can use that STE AI location to target location, which is the move to destination. The distance is if it's less than or equal to 50, or we'll say it's less than or equal to 100 on tick, then we'll move to the root. That should just cancel the move because for some reason the move has a wait time in it. Nope. Okay. In our fine move to location, we'll create a move to dest as a vector. Set this to the actor location. And in our AI, when we're doing this test, we'll use the move to destination as the target. Let's have a look at our target points. They are close to the ground-ish. Let's get all of our target points. Just hit function end. Okay, so they're actually in the floor. I want to copy and delete that for a second and see if our move to... We have a break on enter. I just want a break on exit. Actually worked. So the reason it wasn't completing is it was moving to the goal location that had been projected to the floor, but it wasn't exiting as a reached location because the thing that initiated the location was higher up in the air. I would I would say that isn't very intuitive. I would say that is I would say that's a bug. Um, and so this move to last known location that should technically work fine. In our transitions, we have a wander which needs to have a condition for the STAI controller's target being valid and moving to chase. Chase will move to last known location if the target is no longer valid. Last known location will move to chase if the target becomes valid again. And otherwise, when we wait, we will go back to parent, handle transitions in the parent state. After we're done waiting at the last known location, we need to go back to root. And so it'll come back up here. So here we wander and we enter chase under a certain condition. That should technically have a question mark on it. Oh, I see. On tick, go to chase if target is valid. Here, again, on tick, go to here if the target is valid. Here, go to, so chase if there's something to chase. Next state if we're finished doing this. Root if we're finished doing this, and then it will repeat this. Chase if we don't have a target, go to last known. Otherwise, chase next state, attack, and then go back to root. At this point, the game ends anyway, as long as the player got hit. in this case as well, we need to have an enter condition on here. And the enter condition is as long as the target, AI target, where is it? ST AI controller target. As long as this target's not valid, then we can enter this state. Chase, enter condition. We can enter this as long as our AI target is valid. Last known location, there's no real requirement there. Okay, let's hit play. So what I want to do is I want to add sound on here. So if I'm close enough, oh shit. I want to have this be red. What was I saying? I want to show that we can do sound investigations. Which is just if you're walking directly behind the guy, but I'm not going to bother. Let's move on. So there's one bug that I want to fix quickly, which is here. So if I play from this camera location, I can actually click on the interactable through the window. So BP interact component has a trace for interactable, which does a box overlap actors with orientation. The reason for this is so that we can get multiple actors. One thing that we'll want to do here is ensure that we can actually trace it. So we'll have to do a line trace by visibility channel from this trace actor's location to the actor's location. And if we hit something and it is the actor, then we can move forward. And in fact, this whole check here, I'm just going to move it, promote this to a local variable I actor. We have a local var apparently. Find references. References. Interesting. Okay, so here, and then we'll delete this. We use I actor here. And here. And so all this is saying is if this is a valid actor for checking if we're looking at it, make sure that we can actually hit it with a line trace before we move forward. But now that's not valid. And then if we're on this side, it's valid. So that fixes that bug. What other bugs did we have? I don't think we had much else. Let's commit to our checklist. File export as PNG. There we go. So that's updated. We've done the red light during chase. We're on the Niagara camera wall next. So that is going to be, and I'll just hide the roof here. I don't have any lights in here. Let's put some lights back in. Okay, so we run through this corridor, and then in this section here, I'm actually going to grab all these walls. In fact, I'm gonna roll Z that change that I just did. I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do here. I want to put essentially all of this as red lights, I think. You're intended to be like caught at this point in the game. You may not have been, so I guess you could come in here. Tell you what, it doesn't have to be a red corridor. It can be a white corridor. Like you're on your way to work and there's just like a load of cameras staring at you. So maybe we just allow there to be lights. And so let's get our cool camera thing going. So basically on both sides of this wall are going to be a ton of cameras. Let's go new folder. I'll just call it VFX. I'm going to make a new Niagara system. Completely empty. Actually, see if they've got let's see if they've got a grid. Niagara system. There's a grid location here. And so we'll start with that. NS underscore camera grid. Put that in our scene. Okay. That's the beginning. Let's go and check if it's like rows and columns, because if it is, that'd be awesome. We have grid location. XY dimensions. Let's do 1 in the X. Hopefully wondering if it's actually reducing the number of dots. It's like 50, 40, 30. No, it's not reducing the number of dots. Dimensions padding per cell. It's a bounding, it is a bounding box. Grid X count, grid Y count, grid Z count. I want, okay, so they should be user exposed or something. They're emitter properties. Where are those properties? Grid X. It's here, custom default. Grid. Oh, grid. Grid. Grid X count here. Spawn particles in grid. Here we go. X count 1. Okay. So now we've got just one set. And then the size of that grid. It's 3 meters wide, which is 300 units. Oh, it's off our wall here. Okay, and then the grid location is a bounding box. Let's go 300 here. So that should be the size of a tile. Yep, so that's the size of a tile. And then we've got how many tiles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll just go with 3000, and then it's 4 units tall, so we'll go 400. Center. This should just be local. I don't know why it's not local right now. Local space. Cool, so that moves now properly. We just need in our grid location sayings, let's just go 3600. Basically want them on every center of every one of these. Let's increase the number of particles in the grid, so the Y count is just 16. Or sorry, it's 20. Is that not working for me? Oh, of course, it's offset there. How many tiles have we got? 1, 2, 3. Oops. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll do the logic for 12 tiles. So the grid location should be 12 multiplied by 300. And the particles in grid should just be 24. Almost how I want it to be. I just say 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not quite lining up as I would expect. I said 13, you'd get 1 per thing. Okay. Well, let's go 26. We can go 13 by 3. And so this will be all of our cameras. And so then at the bottom, instead of a sprite renderer, we'll get rid of that and we'll add a mesh renderer. And now we just need to make sure we actually have a mesh for that. So if we go to our art folder, our camera, here we go. Let's bring in the camera here along with this pivot. Yeah, it's pretty big, so we'll shrink that down. We want a lot of them on this wall, and they'll all be like hanging out slightly off the wall, slightly up. So we'll try this, and hopefully we'll get a good idea here. So actor merge, we will straight merge this into a single static that we'll put into our camera folder. sm_cam merge. So we bring this into the scene. We've got a nice camera. Let's make sure that the pivot's in the right place. Yeah, so it's going to pivot from there. We can now put that as our mesh. So we have a whole load of these cameras on the wall. And then the facing mode is going to be facing at the camera position. So as I turn, you'll see that all of these cameras are turning. I just need to mess with the pivot, and also it didn't actually merge the bottom. So let's put both of these in the same location. I will go into modeling mode. Merge these into the first input object. Like that. Okay, and then for the X form, we will edit the pivot so that the X is forward. So back in our camera corridor, yeah, see how these cameras are all now facing us. It's just really, really unnerving. Perfect. It's exactly what we want. And then now we can just take this entire wall of cameras and we can just pop it onto the other side. And as we walk through this area, if I just hit play from current camera location, we're just walking. So all of these will have red dots on them. I want to make sure that the particle system is GPU driven. So we've got a compute sim. Got some sort of strange non-infinite lifetime happening that I want to address. So the lifetime here is 2. I just need to Google how you do that. UE5 Niagara infinite particle. We've got a problem when we lose the bounds, basically. So just save everything here and go back to our VFX. For our bounds, we set fixed bounds. Play. Yeah, so if we're not looking in the right place, we lose those. So I'd like to be able to control the bounds. So here what I'm doing is I'm just messing with the fixed bounds. So I'm just making sure that if anywhere in this red box is hit, that the particles will render. Hopefully that should be enough. Oh, oops. Move these along. Okay, sweet. Where are we at? We are just needing to go and edit this asset one more time. We need a plane, I think it was, from our art folder. Rotate this and move it a bit. In our camera, we had this red dot. Up here. So we take these and merge them into the first object. Now all of our cameras should have flashing red dots on them. The dot is enormous, so let's edit that. Go to our modeling tools, polygroup, grab that plane, and we'll just scale, hopefully. Nice if we could uniformly scale this. That moves it in two directions. That does scale it in both directions, so that's good. Cool. We've got a camera wall. That didn't take too long. That was the simplest part of this entire jam. So the last thing I will say is in our system, We just need the arm. So these arms are huge. Rotated the wrong way as well. So I need to solve that somehow. Um, let's change the number of particles in the grid, I think. So how many cameras is enough cameras? It's difficult to know. It's difficult to know. Does there need to be some dead space in there? Does there not need to be some dead space? Um, But if all of these lights were red at this point, would it look really cool? I almost feel like it needs to be red because we have educated the player that when a camera is looking at them, everything is on fire. So I'm thinking adding a trigger here. I could actually do something that's like in the pace manager and in the objective. In the pace manager, we could have a custom event. Custom event ending pace, and then it's like set chill to false, and we set can change pace to false. Set pace to not chill and set can change pace to false. And by default, this is true. True, yeah. And then we have a branch in here. In change pace, as long as this is different and you're allowed to change pace, then allow this to happen. So that's ending pace, and then we have like last room. So we can change pace here, and we will set it back to chill. Now in our main objective, I don't think we have anything to do with the pace manager in here, so we get actor of class, which is our pace manager, and we do ending pace, and that happens when we reach level 3 here. Character class enable all. In fact, what we can do is it's more than equal to, we'll do this and we'll enable ending pace. What I'm worried about is that what if the player does happen to manage to escape all of the cameras? Like to not get caught by the cameras? What we'll do instead of this is we'll have a definitive trigger like here, or maybe here. So stick a trigger in, little trigger box. You know, you can't escape the trigger box. There's no way to avoid this narrative beat. So we'll set the scale of this up, hang this out over here. We'll just put this in our level blueprint. This is fine. We'll add event. Just overlap. Add on actor begin overlap trigger box. We can get all actors of class, and it says ending pace. We'll set the pace to not chill. We'll do ending pace, and then we'll have this last room as well. So once you enter this last room, overlap, actor begin overlap. Okay, so this just needs to at least, well, we'll configure this to be only interactable by pawns. And then here we'll do last room. Okay. We didn't end up needing that. Okay. Our last room. What's this? Add modifier cutting into our room. Another thing that I just remembered is I put a red light in one of these rooms. Oh, it was funny. I was like, that's pretty funny, man. But then it was just really confusing when you actually saw it. Go find these ones. In a blue room. Yeah, so I'm just going to delete that. And so now if I go to default player start, play the game, button, doorstep, sets that off. That's the end of the game. I'm going to have a couple more of these AI. I'll say 2 more. And I want to make sure that they don't interact with each other when they're moving. So I will do a custom capsule here. Let's just make sure they're custom and they don't overlap one, or they don't hit one. And so now when I simulate, of course the entire ceiling is in the way. Oh, I got killed straight away. Are they killing each other? Are they seriously killing each other? In the AI controller, yeah, it's perceiving themselves. So like sight. What we can do is we can just change this a little bit. So we're in custom here. It doesn't affect camera, and we've also got the mesh. And so if we get the character mesh and also go custom, and that also doesn't get seen by the camera. Hopefully now they don't see each other. No, there's something that's ending the game. The only thing that does that is STT attack. And so if I go here, yeah, I'm guessing. Sorry, no, not my one. But this one. Yeah, so he sees a drone. I tried to make him not visible, but apparently he was still visible. Let's just change him back to hitting camera. All we need to do is ask if this contains get player pawn, because we're only making a single player. So if it does contain the player pawn, then our target is the player pawn. And if it doesn't contain the player pawn, then we don't have a target. And so everything else is doesn't matter. So let's go default player start. It's gonna crash now. Yeah, there we go. We got a crash. Guys, we got a crash. Okay, 7. 7 crashes on the list. We also finished the Niagara camera wall. That's cool. I'll export that. Now we've just got the cook. Cook, test, iterate. We got like 2 more days to finish the jam. Oh, game jams are tiring work because they are just 12-hour days. But Spark comes in waves, so I find game jams put you into a place to have a spark of inspiration and get shit done. So that's why I did this. Okay. Default player start. I need to hide these. Boop boop boop. Move these underground. Come back up. Go to our objective. Turn off test. I want to rotate this 90. Put it against this back wall. Rotate this 90 and bring it over. Where it begins after your original video, okay. that again. Can't even finish my own game. It's not in there this time. Players trust that there's always a reason for repetition. One in there. Oh no. Damn it. Okay, here is here. Okay, there he goes. Running. Just keep running. Oh shit. I just need to stand in a room and breathe. Okay. Just another day in the office, man. Just trying to get to work. Just supervisor's on my ass. Yeah, he's right there. No, it's not that way. Oh god, it's not that way. Hey camera, is this it? It wasn't interactable, so... Oh, shut up. Is it that one? I think I did that one. I did do that one. Your players trust that there's a reason for repetition. Ah! Shit, which way is he? He's gonna go that way, and then I'm gonna go this way. Suck it! Okay, I'm just running for my life. Is it in this room? It's not in this room. Your players love when UI tests their patience. Okay, I much prefer it. I much prefer it in this. In this way. Okay, he's gone. No. Oh shit. Where is the third one? I have literally been running around. I think I've got that one over there. It's this one. It's this one. I never. Oh god. This one? It's not this one. Okay, let's just go back here. Go F8. Right, there's a couple. There's the 3 that are underground, but those are the test ones. Unless it's actually kept them. No, yeah, it should keep them. There's that one. There's the one in the room I'm currently in. Literally have never been down this hallway. I've never been down that hallway. That's hilarious. Okay. Dave? You, Dave? I did do this one. Where was the other one? On that one. There was one in the hallway that was dark, and I was flicking my head between the rooms like this, and I just didn't see that. Okay. So I have to go. Yeah. I mean, it's getting to the point where there's like a million cameras. That's kind of the point. Okay. Sorry, come again. Okay, I've definitely done that one. I've definitely possibly not done the blue one, although I feel like I did. Just go check the main door. Where's the main door? There's a problem there. It's blinking, but it's actually good. Well, this is killing my frame rate. Might need to turn those into like Niagara or something. This was supposed to be the bit that was cheap and cheerful. Okay, we'll work on that. We'll work on that. We'll try Niagara, see what happens. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. What I might do is, to make sure that we're good at the end, is when we hit this overlap ending pace, we also get all actors of class drone, and we'll just destroy those, destroy actor. We'll also get all actors of class camera security, and we'll destroy those because we ain't gonna need them. And then back in our, we're back in this thing. Objective, details, test. Go. Hello. Okay, we're here. There's only one drone there, but I'm pretty sure I duplicated him. Did I duplicate something else? I must have duplicated something else because we do not have 3 of those guys. Drone. Cool. 3 of them. I want to make sure in my outline that we don't have multiple managers of any kind. We've got the pace one, this one, put that into gameplay. We've got our key panels, put that in. Let's move that to gameplay. Security cameras. Grab all of those, put those in gameplay. Put that in gameplay. Got our got these things. 1, 1, 2, 3. Outliner. And we've got this other one. Okay, but anyway, we'll put this into a thing called red dots. We'll put that in. Whoop. Move to gameplay. What are your plans with this, since there usually is always an audience for liminal spaces, but it's nice to see a refresher that isn't just another backrooms? I don't know. I'm waiting to get my Steam account backend. Once I've got my Steam account backend, I'll make a Steam page and then I'll put a trailer up. And if it gets any kind of attention or wish lists, then I may I may work on it. Obviously, because it means people want that. People do like liminal spaces, and maybe they don't like backrooms. And if they like Severance, they will probably enjoy walking around this because it's obviously inspired. If not a direct copy, apart from the drones. A couple of things I've been thinking about are I would love to do a solo version where it's got randomized rooms. And the multiplayer version could have randomized rooms, but yeah, also a multiplayer where players actually play as the supervisors and able to communicate over VoIP to try and find the players, but the players have proximity only. So they have to find each other in the hallways to discuss things. And obviously, they're always avoiding the supervisors. And then have it based on some sort of, the elevator is kind of some sort of like levels, so you can go up and down. But anyway, yeah, I have all these little ideas that I've been brewing while I've been making this. The real problem is like funding, because it's not a game that should take any longer than a couple of months, I would say. And so you should just make the game. It just takes creative vision and execution. Okay, so we've got 3 of these guys. I'm gonna move these up. So I think it's more liminal if they're up there. I kind of also want them to be like half the size. I think when they're big, it's like it's comically big. These are just my test ones. Speaking of which, I need to go to objective. Somehow ended up in the old version of the UI again, or the new version, I should say. So I don't want to test, and when I don't want to test, if I look at the how this works, if I'm not, where is this? Yeah, it looks for the ones with the tag objective. So let's give this a go. Okay, so I come in and I'm supposed to be looking for 3 things. I'm just going to run into this room. It's not in here. Oh god. Okay. Let's see. Whoa. There. You can hear him. Okay, so it's not down here. Shit. I've got the overlay highlight, which I find strange. Oh, training. I'm working, alright? I'm working. Look, here's my tiny, tiny desk. Oh, God. I definitely need to add a lean. Okay. He's gone. Okay, he's found me again. Okay, it's not in this room. This guy is not attached to the paste manager because I didn't set it up. Where is the last one again? The word is brute. There it is. Haha. For some reason they don't have interact on them. Didn't work at all. Well, one thing I need to do is go to my drone in my AI blueprints and find all references to this, which is just the pace manager. So that's handy. Because at the top here, we have a bit that is a binding to this get all actors. Right to variable dragons. And for each of those, get their AI controller and assign to target changed, and then for each drone, is the target valid? New, put this in here. It's over. Create event. Target changed. This on drone target. This to a function. That's not going to work now. There's an output. Basically, I've got an issue now because I've decided to put 3 drones in. I never prepared the code for 3 drones. Time are we at? 2:44. We've been going for almost 5 hours. Let's finish this. On drone, target change drones. If a drone is set this to false here. So yeah, I'm gonna probably put it on Steam. Just waiting for some Steam backend stuff to be sorted. Drone chasing, false. If we have a valid target here, then we will set it to true, and we will then say drone chasing is true at the end of the loop, then we should do something. Another thing is if a camera spots a player, then I want to get, essentially I want to get all the drones, get their AI controllers, and set target to player pawn, which will make them all chase you. Custom event drones set drones to whatever, yeah, something like that. Set drones to stun. Set drones target player. If chill, not chill. Set drones to target player. Tell you what, when we check pace, if we change pace to not chill, then we'll set drones to target the player. There you go. So now if I get caught by a camera, there's drones everywhere. I'll hit play. So there won't be any cameras if I do that. So it's just stuff that I'm going to do to the drones. So I've got a new function over here. Set drones move speed. Walk speed. Whatever this is. Set drones move speed. Be 500. $300. Drone in here, find references by name. Isn't. Oh shit. Oh! Oh! Ah! Okay, buddy. I've got 3 of them on my ass. Oh, you should put some sort of line of sight blocker into the room so they can't see me through the doorway, because they're not supposed to do that. I'm gonna make myself some quick notes. Okay, so no line of sight through. Don't allow LOS into, and interact outline on keypads doesn't seem to work. Although we will find out about that shortly. Yeah, like I'm in here. Let's make sure that. I bet you I'm hitting the collision of the room. So let's do a Where do you want me to click? Come on, game. Where do you want me to click? Interact component. And so here we've got keypad panel, but the actor that we're hitting is a static mesh. Oh, fuck me, it was right there. Allow me to turn the game sound off for you guys. So just to double check here, the interact trace happens on the visibility channel. This building and all other, or room, I should say, and all other rooms, details, custom, don't block visibility. Happy days. Now the only question I suppose is, will this guy see me if I am in the room like this? Hilarious. Just immediately, it's just like, yes, he's right there. We'll do this on camera, and we'll try go into our rooms, and we'll try doing a block on visibility, but not on camera. Better. I go back to the room that was a problem, and I just push this. It does mean we're going to be able to see through walls again. Yeah, this isn't a good solution. Let's just put it back to how it was. The right solution is to make it so that what was this? It was default there. The right solution for this is to actually just move these assets out of the wall. Window, load layout, UE4 Classic. Thank you. Get rid of the content browser. Delete that. B. The other thing I can do is play with this thing's collision to just make it physically bigger so it hits our interact trace like more easily. or whatever. That's test ones. Okay, let's play the game one more time here. We'll go default camera stop. But I don't like that I set that controller to have the infinite view because it doesn't give you a chance to see him and go, oh no. You basically just see him and then have to stop. Okay. Crash, crash, crash. No, crash, crash, crash song. It's the crash song, my dudes. It is time for. Hello, cat. Yeah, I know. We are reopening. We are reopening. I promise. Wow. Okay, we're back. The rooms. What I'm going to do. The rooms. Cube. Not affect navigation. and not affect distance field lighting or indirect lighting in any way. And its collision custom, nothing, blocks visibility. Judging by how it worked a moment ago, and I can't even see the cube. Okay, it's visible, but it's hidden in game. Judging by how it worked a moment ago, when I got spotted by the AI in the doorway, or through the doorway. These are just line of sight blockers. Let's go back to this first one. Cube under box or viz blocker.
Electric storms, chaos reigns. Power surges, screen goes black. Dreams collapse, no turning back. Code in ruins, fury ignites. Reopen the beast into the fight. Crash and burn, rise again. chaos reigns. Through the crashes, break the chains. Unreal Engine, cursed yet blessed. I won't quit.
Alright, that's enough of that. We'll just have an advert instead, I suppose. Because fucking adverts are great. There we go. Okay, I got those viz blockers in. Let's go find a drone that's near a door. Gotta have one down. Not tripping. Okay, I'm literally going crazy. I swear to God, I put him here. I think what's happening now is one of the drones who didn't see me had, or should have had, when the pace changed and we went to get all the drones, we should have set all their targets here. Which I guess one of the issues is AI controller. Target changed as such. Custom event, set target. Set targets. Target. This is why you always do functions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you always do functions. Because then you don't get these strange moments where you can't do this. And so the other guys get their targets set, but they don't actually perceive the actor. And they never unperceive the actor as a result. And so we never exit high intensity because, or rather, yeah, because some of them will still have targets. So essentially, there's a bit where we bind to drone targets changing. We come in here and 2 of the drones still have their targets as valid. So what we should do is get perception. Maybe we should just come in here and be like, laps to function, sees player, does see player, can see player, I suppose you would call it. Can see player. I save that. And instead of doing this target thing, I just do can see player. And the drones are chasing. Check pace. If pace is not chill, we'll tell all the drones to chase. Well, I should chase in here. chase manager. This is should chase and this is should not chase. The reason for this is so that if none of the drones can see the player because it's not perceived, then none of the drones should have the player as a target. It crashed. Alright, game's going on itch within the hour, that's for sure. Game is going up. Just smoothing out some edges is what I'll call it. Okay, I've actually got to test the whole game. Go. Make notes as I go. Should have deleted all of the drones and stuff. I'm not a massive fan of it's still honking at you in this final scene. Gonna remove that idea. And then for the open again, we've got the begin play section here where we do some stuff, but let's go and do elevator door, ding, sound. I think this door immediately plays an opening animation, possibly. On begin play, yeah. Custom event, open door. So I want to do all of this after a sort of intro card, I guess. The hell am I? Here we go. Where am I? Button press. It's on the list. Cool. The siren is kind of getting on my nerves. I don't want to. This one. Let's find something different. I don't know if I like the original sound. Might change it. Or maybe I'll just use both. Now I'm just going to go with one. Mad reverb. No. Okay. That's mostly the game, though. Check the performance on that last section one more time. So we've got current camera. What I'm going to do is stop the player from being able to sprint. Suit character. I'm going to force you to walk through that corridor. Variables. Can sprint. True. Branch. And so in here, it's just like, hey, if you press this button, you can only sprint if I allow you to sprint. Can sprint is true by default, but then after you touch this get player pawn, cast to suit, we're gonna say spots. And because we stop you from sprinting for this moment, poster on the wall. Be a good thing to say at the end. Maybe it's too many. Maybe it's too many cameras. Maybe that's the problem. Particles in grid. Let's go 8 by. Okay. Now we go project settings, maps and modes. Yeah, we've got the big company. Our default game mode is red dot, and that's fine. Packaging. Some maps to include in a packaged build. That only that one. Platforms, windows. Builds. Let's go make theme page for this, or a HIO page, I should say. Missing the ceiling. Visibility. It is literally 20 megabytes over a gigabyte. So we'll have to do some rash optimizations in a bit. That's fine. First, I just want to give it a play. Because it's a development build, actually. Might be able to fix that. Why did you come back here, sir? Oh. So we need to make a opening level as well. My God. Mm. I am not muted. I am just not talking. No music, just concentrating. Apparently that's already done. I could do with shipping. Yeah, I've still got print strings. And a bit bizarre. That's also a bit weird. Yeah, I'm gonna upload that, and then I'm gonna fix some bugs and stuff off cam. But yeah, I'm gonna upload that right now. Let's upload it. That is a build. That build is within the required upload size. So we'll just pop it in there. And we'll call that a wrap. I'll do a wrap up video, like a trailer or something, that will be like just 30 seconds long, that I'll put on for the jam, and I'll also put it on the YouTube channel, just to be like, you know, a little finished piece. And then have a break, have a shower, have a walk, touch some grass. Yeah, there we go. Not the first project, not the last project. But I'll stick this in the description as well. I'll get that common loading screen working as well. I think there was something up with that. Yeah, cool. Thanks for watching. I hope that was interesting. There were some quiet bits in there, of course, but one thing I think that is cool is that we did it live, which makes it a lot harder and take a lot longer to talk through everything. I think if we were just doing the games jam, it would be a lot quicker, but it gives you guys the ability to see the process there. You know, including the tangents, including the polish, like the little moments that are like, you know, I'd really like it to be this way, and maybe players won't really care, but it will make me happy for the production of the project. So we do weigh the players in on that, and the thing that we care about the most is the experience. So when there are actually players, then we'll get actual feedback. We'd be able to better do a job at picking those things. But in a games jam, you don't have that, so it's all on you, right? But I'm going to send this out to a few friends. I'll get them to play. They'll tell me about the bugs, and then I'll upload another version before the end of the jam, and I'll push that to the jam as my submission. And yeah, it was fun. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next games jam or UI mashup or whatever we do next week. So Monday 9 a.m. I'll be back. I'll see you then.